Alright, should be able to hear me. So, I did not bother trying to find anything to fix this part. That's just something I'll do in the future, I guess. It doesn't really matter enough to me right now. But I will be finishing basic assembly. I will not be doing any decals or anything right now. I'll just, finish assembly, do the action base, maybe effect parts and stuff, and then I'll see if I can do the model kit showcase videos that I normally do, as well as figure out what I want to build next. I'm not sure if I will start the next build this weekend or not, but I will definitely work towards figuring out what I want to build next. I have an idea of when I want to build one kit. So I do have the Master Grade Extreme Strike Freedom, and I'm thinking of maybe building that around July. So 4th of July is Independence Day, and not only is it Independence Day, but this year marks the 250th anniversary, and Strike Freedom, I mean, it's its name, Freedom. So that's sort of what I'm thinking of when I build that kit. So it's more of deciding what I build between now and then. So I have an entire month or more. So it'd be, a good 4, 5, 6 sessions. And I'm not sure what I could build in that. I'm not sure how many of my kits would take that long, or how long the kits would take. I'm sure some kits would be a 1 or 2 day thing each. Anyway, that's sort of where my thoughts are right now. So this is the wing that I finished. This will be going on the left side so that this top part is not exposed like this, because it would look weird. Unfortunately, it basically can't hold up its own weight. Now, the benefit is that it'll be held up by the action base. So with that in mind, that's sort of what my approach will be there. Anyway, so let me move this wing out of the way here. This is what we'll be working on. So all I have to do really is prepare all the parts. So if I can just, prepare all the parts, then I can work on the rest of the assembly. So before I start assembly, I'll just work on trimming all the parts. Then after that, I'll just have to figure out the action base, basically. Realistically, this session shouldn't take too long. I'm not sure how many hours total, but I'd be surprised if it takes forever. Hey, how's it going? Oh, I'm doing alright. I'm pretty sore from work. I'll have to figure out what I'm building next. I have decided what I'll be building in July, though. So I'll be building Master Grade Extreme Strike Freedom in July. My reasoning for that, or rather my rationale, is that it'll be the 4th of July as America's Independence Day. This year is the 250th year and since gaining independence, so it's a bit of a bigger year than normal, and it's in the name of the model kit Freedom. So out of the kits I currently have, without specifically going out and buying something else, that seems the most fitting, at least name-wise, for what to build in July. So I have to figure out is what to build between now and then. So that's a good 4 to 6 sessions, or 4 to 6 weekends, rather. So I'm not sure how long some of the other stuff I have might take. Also, I still haven't seen any sort of announcement regarding a mobile tour for the Gundam base in the USA. I would like to think it would have been announced by now, since end of June or so is when that typically starts. But since I haven't seen anything, I don't know. I would really like to be able to go to one if it's going to happen. This year I'm a bit more prepared than I would have been last year, and if they have one close this year, or as close as they did last year, then I don't mind trying to go to one of them. And that'll be the closest I get to a Gundam base anytime soon, because my other option is to just travel to the only permanent location in the United States, which is in Chicago, and that's more of a day trip, basically. That's I'm actually going and staying at a hotel type of trip, and I don't want to commit that kind of resources or effort simply to go to a Gundam base right now. And at that point, I could just put all the money it would take to do that into a big order from Premium Bandai or something. That way I can get exactly what I want when it's available and not have to, you know, spend all this energy to physically go somewhere. Because at the end of the day, while visiting a Gundam base is really cool for the experience, what you get out of it in return, for memories of course, is whatever cool kit to build that you decided to buy. And so for me, that's the plan. That could be it, but I'm not so sure, because I was under the understanding that there was a global mobile base tour and Canada's was part of that, whereas the USA gets its own mobile tour. However, that was last year and the year before, and now that there's a permanent mobile base, now that there's a permanent Gundam base in the USA, I'm not sure what the plan is. But because nothing has been said, all we can do is speculate.
I've been holding on to echoes of the words
think the other better question would be, was there a mobile tour in Canada last year? I did see about that. I even forwarded the announcement where I had seen it in another Discord server into my Discord announcements channel for Classic Model Kit News. That's pretty exciting. That'll be good for the people who live there, I'm sure. It's also entirely possible that this won't be a mobile tour in the USA this year. Here is the fully assembled wing for the bad one. This is the opposite of this part, to give an idea of what it should look like. So I was only able to put one of these on, and it goes here. And of course there's this front part right here that this doesn't have. So missing this, and missing this front part. The front part locks this into place to keep it from moving like this. And the problem is that when it's not locked into place, or when there's nothing to lock it into place, this part cannot hold up the entire weight of this. So that won't be too much of an issue because I can put it on the action base, and part of the action base where you see these gold rings is where it will prop up. So if I fully expand the wing out and stuff and prop it up and stuff, it should be fine. This is a part that was one of the parts that's broken, and it goes into this thing right here that locks this into place. So if I found a way to repair that, I could have this be locked into place. But I've decided right now to not bother trying to fix that. I was intending to, throughout this past week, look into figuring that out and getting some stuff, but that didn't really happen. So at this point I'm not going to bother. I'll just finish the build, and if I feel like fixing it later on, maybe I will. I also probably won't bother with water slide decals at this point in time. It would just be too much effort. And I also don't want to be top coating and stuff, especially if there are things that I would need to repair later on. So adding decals and not top coating would be a bad idea to me. And better just leave the decals on the sticker sheet. And then if I ever feel like applying them and repairing stuff, then I can, and then it'll look a lot better. Is my thinking anyway. I'm just gonna use the action base. It's not gonna be anything fancy or crazy. I don't even know where I'll display it. I mean, the action base will very easily be able to hold the wing up, no problem, so it's not an issue. But of course, like with anything, it's not like it's gonna go anywhere, right? So I can always change how I display it over time. But initially, for right now, I'm not putting too much effort into it. It's already taken me, this is what, the 10th session out of almost 2 months now. I just want to build the thing and be done. And I can figure out how I want to display it later on. Once I have a place to display it and have figured out all those other things and maybe fixed it and done decals and all that other stuff. Because if I want to find more places to display things, it basically means I'm buying something else to display things in. So either a shelf like the one I already have, or I go out and get something from somewhere else. Either of those options involves basically taking an entire day to do that. So I won't have the capacity to be building something on whichever day or weekend I do that, depending on how much free time I have when I decide to do that or not. One place I'd really like to get some stuff at some point is IKEA. And the nearest IKEA is hours away. So that will be a day trip just to go to and from IKEA. Then of course, however long it takes to assemble whatever I get. Of course, IKEA has a lot of really good stuff that people use to display things. Like, I think it's called the decals. It's this square tower case with glass and stuff. And of course, they have some really good shelving and bookcase style things as well. So IKEA would be the go-to place to get better display things in the future. It'll just be a long trip to do that. I mean, that's the other thing I have to figure out, because while I could just build whatever I want, I currently don't really have anywhere to display anything. My shelf is full, my dinner table is still full. I'm filling up other places that don't really have space. I don't really know where I'll be putting this. So I need to be figuring out more display stuff here real soon. It also doesn't help that some of the stuff I have to display will be on the larger side. I mean, this kit itself isn't very small, right? And there's going to be some other stuff. So, yeah. So I've got all sorts of stuff I need to figure out beyond just building this one kit and deciding how I want to pose it and whatnot. There's a lot of other things to think about as well. They're sort of occupying my mind, as they say. Hi, Golden Foxy, how's it going? As far as assembly goes, yes. It's possible that in the future I will apply decals and stuff, and that would be its own stream. But for this model kit and this assembly, yes, this will be the finale. I've only got one wing left, well, most of one wing left, and then the action base and any effects parts and whatever. So it won't be too long today, I think. I'm also almost done preparing all the parts for assembly. Well, everything for the action base is still in the bags, so the action base might take longer than the rest of it, to be honest. For today's session, anyway. I've been working on this kit for a long time, since the start of April, basically. I just haven't had much time with my new job and stuff. And currently the only free time I have is guaranteed every Sunday. And sometimes I get Saturdays off. Today was one such Saturday. The Mad Wolf looks pretty cool though. Yeah, that's the kid I'm thinking of. Well, it's also not like I have a set schedule or anything. I just sort of go live when I'm able and feel like it, basically. Which is typically only on some Saturdays and mostly Sundays. And some days I'm just not feeling good enough to do anything, so I don't. I'll have to figure out what I'm building after this. Did you see any of the Kotobukiya stuff that I got? For context, I got their mystery boxes. They had a 1-year anniversary in USA for the US online retail store. And to celebrate that, they sold a mystery box for mecha kits and for girl pluck kits. And so I got one of each, which was the maximum limit a customer could acquire. There should be some pictures about what I got. Let me see if I can find... What's this? Okay, so here is what I got from the Mecha mystery box. They threw in a bunch of Hexagear stuff and then 2 Armored Core mechs. Both of the Armored Core mechs are actually pretty new. Came out in 2025, I think. And let me find a picture of what I got from the other one. There it is. And this is the kits I got from the Girl Plum mystery box. So I got 5 kits from that one to build at some point. So I'll have to figure out what I'm building next. I have so many kits in my backlog now, it's crazy. This is a slideshow of all the kits in my backlog. The red one does look pretty cool though. Did you see the new Bandai announcements? I saw that a 30-minute Sisters kit is getting a, what is it, a kimono? That looked pretty crazy. They announced it for like 2,200 yen or something. So it'll be like $22 or $25 or whatever. Pretty crazy. I was realizing the 30-minute fantasy probably shouldn't be in that list. It's there because I think it should be, but at the same time, I won't be building it anytime soon. What I plan to do with that one is a custom paint thing, and therefore I don't want to build it yet. Yeah, I have no idea yet. That's an idea though, for sure. I'm also thinking I could do a bunch of the shorter builds in one day. For example, each of the Pokemon kits won't take too long. At least 2 of the Kotobukiya girl kits won't take too long. Honestly, most of the kits are only going to be one session, I think. There's only going to be a handful that will take multiple sessions. I'm not sure what the Kotobukiya Armored Core will be like. That could be a 2-session, potentially. The Frame Arms Girls could be 2 sessions or 3 sessions. The Kongo, for example, that looks like that's going to take a while. And then, of course, the 2 perfect grade kits will take multiple sessions. The real grade kits will probably take multiple sessions as well. Oh, nice. Yeah, it'll be the first Armored Core kits I've built, whichever ones I go with, the 30-minute mission or the Kotobukiya. Another thing I have to consider is display space. I currently am full on display space. By that I mean the things I got to display things are full now. So I need to get more things to display stuff. So another shelf or bookcase or whatever, or some other thing to display things on. I'll have to get something else at some point so I can display all this stuff. And so that's also partially a factor in what I'm trying to figure out to build next. For example, I don't really have a spot to display this kit I'm building right now. Just like I didn't really have a spot to display the really long dragon I built a while back. So... oh, are the joints pretty tight or something? Interesting. Oh, I know that feeling. I forget how many kits are in my backlog right now, but it's over 30. It's like 31 or 34 or something like that. And that's without counting a couple of kits or a few kits that I've left out of listing on my backlog simply because I want to use them for practicing techniques at some point. speaking of stands, I was surprised at how few of the Kotobukiya girl kits I got come with stands. Only one of them comes with a stand, and I bet you can't guess which one it is. The pink one. Is that the one with the magic girl? Let me find the image again. The pink one. So in this image, would that be the top left? I'd have to double check to be sure, or rather, the description on the page didn't make it quite clear, but it almost seemed like it did not come with an action base. The one that comes with an action base, at least according to the descriptions on the Kotobukiya website, because I haven't opened any of these up yet, I can't for sure say, but on the Kotobukiya website, the only one that comes with a stand is the bottom left, the girl in the bikini. That's it. That's the only kit that comes with an action base, and the action base is supposed to be this like clear blue color to simulate the water or something. That's it. That's the only kit that comes with an action base from all of these. I was surprised that Congo does not come with one, but maybe the weight means that you can balance it better. I was also surprised that the other Primarms girl, Jinrai or whatever her name is, the red one, I was also surprised that that one doesn't come with one. So what I've ended up doing is going to my local hobby shop and getting some bases. They're just generic bases, so I'm not sure if they will do anything for these. They're this claw type thing, you know, where it like wraps around like that and holds on that way. But at least I'll have some sort of base that I can potentially use. The red one does look pretty cool. It also looks like a very staple product. Like when you think of the product line Primarms Girls, that's the sort of product that would immediately come to my mind. Like the design just feels very iconic to that line of kit. I have decided what I will be building next, I'm sorry, in July, though. So, 4th of July, of course, is Independence Day for USA. And this year is the 250th anniversary, so that's a bigger celebration than usual. And so one of my kits is a Master Grade Extreme Strike Freedom. Because it has freedom in the name, I figure that could be a fitting kit to build around that time period. I may also save the swimsuit girl Kotobukiya kit for sometime this summer, which would be, you know, July, August, or whatever. So I've got about, I don't know, 4 to 6 weekends between now and then to figure out what I build in the meantime. Most of the kits shouldn't take too long to build, I think. Some of the kits will take multiple sessions, like the both perfect grade kits. Like, if I started one of perfect grade kits, I might not even finish that until sometime in July. So that's probably not what I'll be doing. Then I've got things like the Nemesis. That kit will probably take a bit of time. It's also going to be a lot larger to display, so I'll have to figure out somewhere to display it. And the reality is, whatever I decide to get to display more kits on, you know, like a bookshelf, a bookcase or whatever, that'll probably take me a day to get set up and stuff. By that I mean the amount of time it would take within whichever free day I have of whichever week would be so much that I wouldn't really still have time to do streaming and stuff, or energy or whatever. So, but I will have to figure that out here very soon. In fact, because this kit's not going to take me too long, I may actually, after I finish today, maybe see if I can figure that out today or this weekend or whatever. I don't know yet, though. But I'll definitely want a dedicated spot I can display these kits I build going forward. The past few I haven't really had a spot because my spots are all full. Yeah. That's sort of what I want to do. The problem is logistics. The closest IKEA is a good 3-4 hours away. So it'll be a full day just to go to and from IKEA, plus buying the whatever. Then I have to spend another day building the whatever I get. I'm thinking maybe as early as next month, I go figure that out. There's multiple things from IKEA I would love to have. I would love to have a Detolf display case thing. I think there was an upgrade or a new thing they sell now that replaces it or whatever. I'm not sure if that's actually better enough to justify or not. And then of course they have the generic shelf or bookcase stuff as well. So I'd probably just go and get some various things and try to figure out how I want to display stuff or what I would want to display in each thing. Because obviously not every kit I build is the exact same dimensions. So it's not like Timmy trying to display his Funko Pop collection. It's a bit different than that. And even within scale, some kits take up more space than others. So, for example, I can get a shelf and display a bunch of 1144 stuff on it, but I may not on the same shelf be able to comfortably display a perfect grade, for example. Yeah, yeah. No, there's a lot involved with this. The more you really think about it in practical terms and getting from point A to point Z, there's a lot in between. It's not as simple as, oh, you just go buy a kit, you build it, and you're done. No, there's so much more to it. It's which kit to buy in relation to what you've already gotten, where you're going to build it, or wherever display it, blah, 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 what customizations or whatever, how you're going to pose it, what else you want to do with displaying things, etc. There's a lot that can go into it. That's also part of the fun, isn't it? Is you're not just buying a bunch of plastic that's been molded together that you're going to cut out and slap together and put on a shelf somewhere. No, it's much more than that. But that's also what makes the hobby what it is. I have so many ideas, and it'll take time to sort of realize most of them. It's all very incremental steps in terms of process and progression. Even this kit right here, I got because I really like dragons. But another thing I'm doing at the same time I'm building it is in the back of my mind thinking how I would paint it. Not that I'm going to paint this specific one, but I'll be buying another one to paint to sort of make look like my VTuber model or the dragons I've created, and then try to incorporate that into my channel content somehow, you know, like with transitions or starting soon screens or whatever. Then I have all sorts of cool display diorama ideas for various things or themes I want to make for stuff, and kit bashing different girl plug kits to sort of create some of the characters behind my channel lore in a more physical form. But that's all going to take a lot of time and effort. Not something I can just, on the spur of a moment, set up and do. So currently all I'm really going to be doing is enjoying building the kits I already have. You know, get some more space to display them, and then as I save up money, I'll upgrade my building setup a little bit, get things like a proper spray booth and airbrush setup, and then I can start learning how to do painting and whatnot, and figure out some good blends of paints to get the certain colors I want to be able to do the custom paint jobs I want to do. But the other nice thing about this hobby is it's not going anywhere, right? You can take your time with it, focus on life whenever you have to, and then come back to it and it'll still be there. So even if I have all these cool ideas and stuff, it's not like I have to get them done by a set time or anything. I can just slowly chip away at them at my own pace. So it could be years before those sorts of ideas I have are actually realized. But it's something to slowly work towards over time. And in the meantime, I'll just be getting a little bit better and better at doing all of this, which will make, actually achieving those ideas a bit easier. Okay, so I believe I'm finally ready to start assembly. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. Especially if you do photography of stuff and then, you know, get into photo editing and make your own storyboard comic panels or whatever. I would love to one day kit bash and create my own custom ship that I pilot and whatnot, and then do some Star Wars style cinematography of the ship in action, you know, like in space or whatever. You know, like how they got some of those shots, or how ILM got some of those shots. That would be a lot of fun. Sort of try and replicate. Alright, I've been going for an hour now, so I'm going to take a quick break. I'll go grab something to drink, and then I'll start with assembling. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, that makes sense. One thing I had thought of doing was, so obviously, whatever ship I come up with, I want to be able to be armed and maybe have escorts or things like that. So maybe its own mech support team or whatever you want to call it. And so the idea is all of my different characters could be pilots. And so sort of coming up with sort of a team composition for those mechs and try to do so within what's possible in different scales. So let's say I wanted to go with Gundam, right? And there's different kits, or rather there's multiple kits that are available in all three scales of 1144, 1100, and 160. There's even a few that are also available in 148. So it'd be cool to sort of cherry pick which ones I really like from those, like Zeta Gundam, for example, and try to have them look accurate in each scale with whichever custom design I want to do. So that way I could have, well, let's say I build a hangar or something for what's the interior of the hangar for the ship, and I do that in 1144 scale because it'd be a bit harder to do it in 160, for example. But then I have the other scales for doing other things, you know, like for photography or whatever. Then it would also be cool to be able to, and this would be getting into learning modeling and 3D printing and stuff, but to be able to replicate parts of these suits in 112 scale to go with the figures of the characters. So, you know, maybe they're actually standing on the 2-scale hand of whichever kit it would be. You know, just cool ideas like that could be a lot of fun. But that would be a lot of effort and to figure out and stuff. I also have this really cool idea of building this little diorama of what a factory would look like for assembling, or producing rather, a mech. So you know what that sort of process might look like, and try to build a diorama of that. I would probably do a very simplified, basic version of that, so I would just get multiple of whichever model kit and have the different parts on a quote-unquote assembly line sort of thing. I think something like that could be kind of fun. What a fun sound, am I right? It's quite tight. Okay, so now I just figure out which one goes to which one. So I believe these two go together. Which means that these two go together and these two go together. Okay, so now I just figure out which one goes where, and I believe it's this one that's the first one. I believe so. It goes right here. Wing assembly definitely goes a lot faster once you've already built one of them. So this step confused and annoyed me when I was initially doing assembly, because it talks about how there's this supposed part that you can use right here. Oh, you can use it as an auxiliary placeholder until you get this thing and blah blah blah. Guess what? This doesn't exist. If it does, it wasn't included with my thing. It's not listed in the list of things included and stuff, so it just, I don't know, part of it's just very annoying to me. So it's clearly outdated information, basically. Alright, I got it. That's in. Nice, I didn't have to trim anything down on this one. Uh-oh. We got a problem. We got a big problem. Didn't assemble properly. I thought it had, but it clearly did not. Son of a gun. Maybe it did. Hold on. Let's compare with the assembled one. Yeah, something's wrong. I need to disassemble this. Oh. Well, let's go ahead and continue disassembly here, just because I'm concerned. It's just not working the way the other one did, so I want to find out why. Okay. So first off, whoops, that was not meant to happen at all. Should hopefully go some way explaining why this is happening. So it's definitely attached where it should be attached. It should definitely be covering that, so that's correct. Yep, everything there looks correct. Okay. Okay, but why is it? Okay, but how are they seeing that? Like, what even is that? Okay, so we're behaving like it's supposed to be different. Did I somehow mess this one up? Okay, but how is there seeing it? That's physically not possible. Okay. This doesn't make any sense to me. We're behaving like it's angled differently. Okay. So that's a big problem. You can see in this picture right here, it's oriented a very specific way. For whatever reason, I just didn't do. Something about this is assembled wrong. So let's see if I can figure that out now. I'm guessing what happened is something didn't attach where it's supposed to. Yep. There's a hole for it, and I somehow did not put it in the hole, but next to the hole. That explains everything, and that's why it didn't work. Okay.
Sorry I'm getting back to your message so late.
Let's pull this out here.
Different things I'm up late recently, but
So next,
I just want you to know you definitely have a chance with me.
you need to go in that hole. That will immediately solve everything. And that was why it wouldn't work. So I somehow put that one peg beside the hole as opposed to in the hole. And that was why it wasn't working. So now that it is now where it's supposed to be, it should work. Yeah, that looks correct now. Now we can go back to assembly. This. See if we can make it work properly. Okay, so does that. That. Then it does that. And it wants this to go here like this. Then line it all up. And pop this into place. So let's start off and putting this through these two. Okay. I got it. Now it's working as intended. There we go, perfect. Okay. Now it's worth fixing. Now we can turn the page. Get these last parts assembled here. So there's one more part I'll have to remove from a runner. Okay, there's 2 more parts. One of them I have to remove from a runner. I'm gonna do the lazy way of just removing it from directly the way I need to. There it is, the other wing done. That's both wings done now. So here's the wing with the parts that I couldn't finish assembly with because it just didn't give me the proper parts. Unfinished parts of a runner. There it is. So this will be what I consider to be the left wing. And here is the right wing. Once you expand them out fully and whatever, and that would be considered the full wingspan. So now all that's left is to fully assemble the dragon and then build the action base and stuff. So before I fully assemble the dragon, I want to try and clear out the space to put it and set it aside so that I can assemble the action base. And since it's been another hour, I'll go ahead and take my next break. So I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. So I have done what I can there. Let me move some stuff out of the way here. Okay, so this is gonna be quote-unquote fun. There's a lot involved here. First off, I guess I'll move these over to the side. Because first, I have to attach the legs. So these are the front legs. Can't really get to go in any further than that. That'll just have to suffice then. Yeah, that's about as far as I can get to go. Next are the back legs. I guess that's as far as that's gonna go. It's also just already out of the way. So there we go. That's for the legs. Trying to get it to where it stands on the legs. Uh-oh. Really don't know how I want to be doing this. this part fell off. I'll leave it off so I don't have to deal with awkwardness trying to put it back on. So I'm fully ready to do that. Whoops. So this is the right wing, and it goes here. Come on, you. Really struggling to push that in. It's really, really awkward with there not really being much to hold on to for this. Really don't like that being out that far. Where the heck do you hold on? Dang it. Looks like that's as far as I can get that to go. Let's see here. Is that how you do that? It is cool. Trying to do that so it doesn't have all the force on that, because that's seriously concerning to me. Okay. I'm really not liking this at all. Like, where do you even hold on? Oh, something else fell off. Cool! Wow, the other one came off too. Incredible. Really struggling with this. Very frustrating. I'm trying really hard not to break anything. That's why it's such a struggle. Just get in there, please. No. Nowhere to hold on to, dang it. I think I moved it in a little bit. That didn't sound good. What was that? No, it's in as far as the other ones, so that's progress, I guess. This is very clunky. It can't really hold itself up, but there it is. Here's the dragon. So now what I will be doing is moving this to somewhere else and building the action base, which will desperately be needed so I can properly display this thing. Alright, here's all the runners for the action base. You'll notice I've ignored VFX parts for right now. I'm also not going to bother setting her up to mount it yet. So we'll do the action base next. That's the plan. Okay. I can only imagine how cool this would look if it was painted and stuff. I don't see anything to specify what this is. Obviously it doesn't matter, there's only one of these. Okay, so it looks like these parts are all to be able to interconnect with other things. These all look the same. Yes, they do. Cool. I'm gonna go ahead and open these other two up so I can put up this knife. Oh, it's just one. Okay, cool. The last I need of that thing. Okay. So these two are the same. These are ZJ. Which would by default make this Z. So I'll go ahead and prepare all four of these. Okay. So there's that. Okay. Okay, so it looks like I just do everything with the Z runner first. So we'll go ahead and be doing that then. Personally, I hope there's little to no under gates that will make this very easy because I won't even have to do anything unless I really, really feel like it. Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and say that's ready. I don't care enough to try doing more than that. We'll go ahead and put this on those so I can put our squish parts together. I don't know why this won't go together. There shouldn't be anything at all hindering it. It just won't go together.
Wanna feel that rush, rising, rising like the golden sun. Gonna take one touch, lightning, lets me know that you're the one. Yeah, you took these rough diamonds. My heart is like a loaded gun, and I'm gonna use that love. I'm gonna use that love. Now we're here tonight. I'm gonna use that love. Use that love till it's running dry. I'm gonna use that love.
I don't get it at all. Let's see if it easily comes apart, because it will also tell me something. It does. Interesting. Well, I can't take it apart, but I can figure out why it's not wanting to go together properly. Okay, what the heck's going on? I don't think I have a knife thin enough to get into there. So my next ever option is to try to whittle this down. Same thing as before, it just won't go down. Okay, problem's probably over there then. That's better. Hopefully none of the other parts have these silly fitting issues. That wouldn't be very fun to have to deal with constantly. Okay. Why won't it fit? Next, you're gonna tell me it's just gonna be a theme with this kit, where things are just gonna constantly have fitting issues. I physically cannot get this to go anything. It's ridiculous. It should just fit. Okay, well. Okay. I'm not liking this at all, if I'm being honest. This isn't gonna work. Why can't they get some of this right? Yeah, but I can't close it back to lock it in. I'm like, what's the point? And you wanted it to be like this. Anyway, so yeah. Well, whatever. Yeah, never unnecessarily tight. Basically doesn't fit. Oh boy, that was a mistake and a half. Thankfully it worked. We're fine. Okay. Okay, I assume you do that and it's free to move. Okay, cool. We'll do that for right now. Okay. Wait a minute. There we go. It's wenting. Let's go like this. Well, that better work, I guess. Anyway, so there that is. Cool. So next you're saying this part goes here. You're saying that this part goes here. Okay. Okay. So it goes here like this. It goes here like this. Just won't go in any further. It's very annoying. Well, whatever. Okay. And it's saying this goes like this. So this one won't properly close either. Incredible. Like, man, who keeps designing these? I don't get it. I'm not liking how it won't close properly. It's gonna have to. So annoying. Well, I can get that close, so that's reassuring. Okay, so it's saying this side goes here, so this side can go here. Okay, I got that side in, so that helps. Okay, that's in. As good as it's gonna get, I think. Okay. So there's that done. I'll go ahead and move this over to the side as well. Okay, let's look through what I have to do next. So it talks about doing a bunch of different stuff. Nothing really shows anything, so that's a bummer. Really hoping it'd be more clear how it's used. Okay. Okay, let's see here then. I will be taking my next break here real soon. I just want to read some stuff better, understand what to expect here. Okay. I have a better understanding now. It'll just take me time to figure all that out. Anyway, I'm gonna take my next break, so I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. So it looks like it's saying that ZJ1 will always be what goes to the bottom. And there's 5 of these. But there's 2 runners. Okay. Then we should explain stuff better. Absolutely none of this explains link requirements.
The day exactly in the park where it came so clear and rain. I know that this has to stop.
Man. This doesn't really explain anything at all. Anyway, so I guess I'll want to do some of that for sure.
I remember the day exactly in the park where it came so clear and
Alright, let's go ahead and get started on this and then we'll figure some stuff out here. Okay. So it's behaving like the interior is where it needs to go, which means unfortunately I'm going to have to use, because guess what? They underrated these. I'm not sure why they did it this way. But they did. Okay. Okay, so every single one of these instructs to use 7 first. So it's saying do it like this, I believe. All right, it's 1. Not sure why there's so many of these relative to everything else, but whatever. Alright. Yeah, the next instructs to use 8 as the next one. The main thing I'm going to be annoyed by is figuring out the length. That I need for each little thing, because it doesn't show me, because I don't know why. Like, they could at least give some suggestions, right? But nope, gotta figure it all out myself. Hooray. Okay. It wants me to do that. He's gonna be absurdly tall, though. I remember I have an entire other runner of this. These are ridiculously long.
It only hurts when you're saying things I know you don't
Oh, there's more holes too. Interesting. And of course there's a fourth one. Okay. Okay, so from that it looks like you would do one in the, you do two in the back and then two to the side. I think that's how they would want me to do it. Okay. Let's start building some of these things then. So some of these parts do need under gate removal. Okay, so okay. Okay. So there's that done. So I do need some stuff from this one for sure. Start with this. Okay, so there's that done. So now I have to start figuring out some stuff. Okay, so first off, it's going to be important. Let's see here. I actually don't know where I would want these to go. Also, it looks like I forgot to trim these, which is fine, so I'll have to do that real quick. Let's see here then. Okay, so that should be that one done. So now, I guess I can just take these out, can't I? Okay. Then, here is Okay, that should all now be done. And allow me to attach things to this. So what the heck's going on? What's physically annoying here? Okay, so those do interface. Must be for that one. Okay, this one's definitely for sure in place. So there's that one done. It's 2 in place. It's 2 more to go. Yeah, that one's now in place. I wish there was a 5th, but there isn't. We're also supposed to be able to interface with each other, obviously. Let's see, if I do that, I should be able to do everything. And that's in place. So here's what it looks like with all of them there. So then in theory the idea is that I can mount these wherever, decide what goes where. Also there's things to mount on this already. So I'm not so sure what I'll be using for what. I believe now would be the time to be starting to figure out those things. At least I know I won't need these for anything else. So I can go ahead and put these away. Okay. Let me also go ahead and clean this off. I'm still not 100% sure what all I want to do. I know I want the wings for sure. Possibly the tail. If I do the tail, I may need to detach one of these to put back there or something. I don't know yet. Remember, it just doesn't explain much of anything. Even though I change this, so you know, I can show different things here, you know, that's all cool and all. It never really shows how to do all of it combined. And that's where problems are at. Okay. So looks like something has arrived, a package I was waiting on, so I need to go grab that because it's whoever's outside not too great. So I think I'll go ahead and take an early break here and then get the rest of this done when I come back. That will be the finale, or rather the end of this assembly. Alright, I'm back. So I did look up some stuff, and what I have discovered is that all the images of people using the action base do not involve anyone attaching them to this. They're freely attached and stuff. So I think I'm gonna have to freely detach these to make that happen. Also, everyone really prefers using the claw attachment, so I'll need to make more of those. I'll also go ahead and pull one more of these out. Okay, that should be everything. Now I just need to trim stuff. Okay. Now, just assemble all of these. Okay, is that done? There we go. Okay. Okay, so now I try to figure out mounting it. I just can't get the thing to lock into place. Oh, whatever then. Oh. Oh. I see now. I see a problem. It's gonna have to be angled no matter what anyway. Okay. Yay! Just more parts just falling off. Sure, why not? Okay, there we go. Now it's actually in place. It's a lot higher up than I thought it would be. Hold on. This would be a very dumb idea. Okay, I've lowered it a little bit. This is still absurdly high though, oh my gosh. Okay, so... guess I'll see if I can put this back on, wherever the heck it goes. Somewhere around in there. It's back on, cool. So the obvious issue is that I can't get the wings to go where I want them to. That's where I was wanting to use that. Honestly, I might be able to do anyway. Let's see if I can figure out what length would work for that. Okay, so obviously that's too high. Can I adjust this in such a way that this would work? I don't think so. So we can confirm that that is too high. So let's... what about 2 8s instead of 1? Trying to think of a way I can use the mount a certain way here. Or what if I did... what if I just removed the 8? That might work. Let's try that then. Well, I can get that to work, kind of. So as an idea, I think this will work. It's just figuring out how to make it go. Where's the other one? I need to understand how this would fit the best. So obviously, okay, so I have to fit like that, I guess. Sort of what I'm already doing. So I can do that. Thing is, I don't think I can raise it up higher. So that could work for the wing. Then for the other wing, I just lock it into place, obviously. Okay, so then the question becomes, what length do I need to do the other parts? Okay, so I can definitely do this. I'm realizing this isn't really going to show well on stream. I can't really rotate this around well either. Yeah, so I'm basically done with them. This isn't going to show well up on camera because it's just so big. No matter what I do, it's going to cover everything. So basically right now I'm just trying to figure out what I want to use to hold it in place. I am getting some good ideas. So I'm basically done at this point. Like, it's not even going to be tracking my model. Like, my camera's being blocked and stuff. Yeah, so at this point all I have to do is figure out what length things to use to hold it up and then do that. So at this point I do think I do want to hold the wings up somehow. And something like that. Rotate it around a bit. Okay, cool. So I do have the wings supported now. And I for sure want to support Mateo. I guess that would be the next stream. So what link would I need for that? Might be able to get away with just this. For the tail. Yeah, it'll definitely work. Okay, cool. Okay, so I think that's going to be where I call the stream. Everything else I do is just going to be tedium that you can't really see on camera, but I still need to for sure figure out. And that's just going to take time. Alright, well I hope you enjoyed the assembly of Daytime Meteor. Did run into some issues here and there. Here the NV action base has some odd fitting issues, so that's annoying. But yeah, so I will do some sort of model kit showcase at some point, and I also need to figure out what I'm building next, etc, etc. But yeah, I mean overall this was a fun build. I didn't really have any expectations going into it, I just wanted it because it was a dragon. I think it's a lot more detailed than I expected, and the internal structure for assembly and stuff was pretty solid in a lot of places, but it also is a bit clunky and floppy in others, so... And some of it I'm concerned by what is being used to hold on a significant amount of weight, and that's also why I'm immediately putting effort into using this action base to sort of support that weight as much as possible. But yeah, so I hope you all have a good rest of your weekend, and I will catch you all later.